Hello guys. Let me open my queue game as well.
Select your god.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. My bad if it was loud for you guys. I usually open the game before I start the stream. I'll grab a Guan Yu. I have not played a whole lot of Guan Yu, but it's also because I haven't had a whole lot of fun with him just yet. I just need to figure out a build that I like on him. It also doesn't help that a lot of the very strong solos are just very easy to lose to for Guan, because they all have some way to interrupt his 3, and it just feels just boring. I guess that's the best way to put it. It just doesn't feel good when you're getting interrupted every time you use your abilities, but I've seen some newer builds where people are just running a bunch of cooldown on him, just go full cooldown on him, to the point where it doesn't even matter if you interrupt it, you'll just do it again. I suppose that's what we gotta do. It does seem like he's kind of broken in the cooldown aspect. He's got a lot of abilities to throw out with full cooldown. And that could be fun, so I do want to try that. Still, I'm still not sure how good it actually is. I do think it's better in like a team setting. For ranked and carrying and stuff, I still have a hard time seeing it be that good, because Guan Yu just doesn't solo kill stuff that easily. Comparatively, I should say, to someone like, Gabrakan or like Hades and all that stuff, but I definitely don't want to say he's bad, because he's not. So it's been a bit more like supporty solo laner. Alright, let's see what we got. Be right back real fast, guys. I need to put on a fucking hoodie or something. It's cold as shit right now. Alright. Scrub shell. Chalk, then I will do Helm of Radiance.
That should help.
I'm just going to try and have some fun today and play whatever I feel like. Because lately, I don't know. I've been running a bit low on passion for Smite, and it's not because of the game itself, I think. It's just because of I'm tired of the gods that are out. Like, I looked forward to Guan Yu, but then the aspect wasn't here yet, which I believe is coming tomorrow, so that's still going to be interesting, but I doubt there's going to be something good for solo. So we'll see what happens. Right now I just feel like I'm a bit tired of the current gods. I need something new to spice things up, and the meta hasn't changed enough for that to be the case either. Like, the stuff that are bad are still bad, like Mulan. So there still isn't really something there to try and dive into. So it's just been the same for too long. I'm tired of playing Hades. I'm tired of playing Chuck. Like, I still like playing them. It's just, if it's the only thing that's good, then I'll just eventually grow tired of it. I'll probably still enjoy the games that I play with them, but I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. I don't know why my game always stutters in the beginning when I play. It needs to stop doing that shit. Oh, I'm lagging a bit. Let me fix that real fast. I forgot to open it. Stabilize my ping a bit. Oh, it's installing as well. That's so annoying. The one time I forget to open this shit, it needs to install. Oh my god, go away, program. It's so intrusive. You guys don't see it, but it always just pops up so aggressively. And takes away everything when I open it. Just made it worse by having to install it because it opened twice.
Ally has been slain. Apologies.
Alright, maybe I can actually try and contest stuff now that I'm not stuck in this program. It's not really a matchup I'm going to win early on anyway. It generally has to clear here. I mean, it's not really a... There's 0 kill potential for us here. I don't know why he did that.
I will not let you fall.
I just used everything I had.
Enemies incoming.
I almost felt bad for you.
Surely he dies for that. No! Okay, man. Okay, towers. Towers is a little weird for me in Smite too. I feel like they do 0 damage early on. Like, how is someone at level 5 tanking like 2 or 3 tower shots? I feel like that just should not be a thing. That feels incredibly unbalanced.
Very strong. Oh, my crispy.
If only I was 5.
Okay, fantastic.
Not looking so hot in duo.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll just have to sit back for now. It's got a huge lead because of that. Stupid death on my part.
Attack right lane.
Shall we begin the night's work?
Who the hell did my backhands? I don't think it was Chuck. Pretty sure he backed when he dove.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's not an aspect Chuck, so. Okay, man.
Eat like a vegetarian.
I just don't feel tanky at all. But I guess I wasn't yet.
Your left tower is under attack.
Not that I think it matters. Our Danza does seem to be trolling a bit.
Retreat left lane.
Enemy down.
Yeah, it's just fucking me over now.
Retreat left lane. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
This just kind of fucks me over even more.
Your right tower is under attack. Ally, stay.
Damn it, kill the thing. Kill that big one.
Slay an enemy. I will not let you fall. Your
More than
middle
anything, I
tower
just gotta
is under
practice Guan a
attack.
bit more. I definitely feel rusty on him. I don't know why. He's kind of hard for me to adjust to compared to some of the other gods that came to Smite 2. I don't know what's about him.
I'll defend. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. It is not possible.
There we go. That's a bit better. I don't know why my screen went black and white though. Did you guys see that when I shelled? That was weird.
I will not let you fall. Your middle tower is under attack.
I do think something I have to get used to on Guan, in Smite 2 as well, is that he's really weak early. But it's very good once you have at least one item online, you're able to fight back a bit. Maybe that's what I need to do.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I just have to sit back a bit more. Especially if you meet something like Chalk that will just straight up one-shot the wave at like level 2 or 3, and you just kind of sat there, still using your 3.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, are the wind things back? The wind sprites? I thought they were removed.
You have slain an enemy.
Interesting build as well on Chuck. Very ability focused. I mean, as you should, but more in like a non-aspect ability focused Chuck. I feel like it's interesting these days. Not bad though. Just feels like a waste. I think the only reason why you should ever really go non-aspect Chuck if you're building damage is if you're just in a tough matchup and you just want to get through the lane. Otherwise, like aspect is better going into late game no matter what you do. If you just want to throw out damage. Might also just be a preference thing. I definitely feel like aspect Chuck is just a lot more scary. But less annoying to deal with. Supposed to have been mixed actually when I think about it. Because I would rather meet aspect Chuck in general, at least in lane. I think for late game I absolutely hate dealing with it, because it has an insane amount of pressure.
Move like a jaguar. They hit like a babe.
That sucks, I did call it.
Retreat.
I'll take a little red buff.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
I do need to bag actually. I have 3k. Why haven't I bagged yet?
Yes.
I didn't even vote.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
This fucking Susano just always comes at the most annoying times.
Your left tower has been
Might have been able to defend this if I had been back. But since I haven't, I'm still too weak.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your right tower.
Hey VBS, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Tower has been destroyed.
So far, it's a pretty tragic start to mine.
Yes.
Guess I'll do an Evian. Yeah, in this game we just kind of have a trolling Danza. He's just running around in every lane. He fucked me over early on by going to my
Dante,
lane.
you fucking retard.
Yeah, people don't like the Danza in this game. He just... After dying a few times in duo, they decided to just troll. Run around and take everyone else's farm.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
I did fuck up personally as well. Like, I died to the Chuck early on in this game, which was stupid. Besides from that, it's mainly been Danza running around, ruining everyone else's lanes. Hello, Kami.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Yeah, I'm
tower.
hoping for some better games as well. I'm running low on passion at the moment for Smite 2. I'm just waiting for an update that actually does something fun for me.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing right.
For some reason, I'm just not really enjoying Guan Yu. I just can't really seem to get the hang of him, and I don't know. Moment-to-moment gameplay isn't very fun. I don't know why. I used to love Guan Yu.
Enemy missing left. Be careful right. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes, yes.
I'll just let my team decide. I don't really care if we surrender this or not. I do think we have a chance to win, but if they don't want to play it out, then that's up to them. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Apollo, but I don't want to just, you know, hang on to Apollo as being the big savior for me, because there is so much randomness that can happen in Smite 2. Like, I don't want to necessarily expect something good. Because they could just change him. Like, I was looking super forward to Ra, but then Ra was a completely different character when he came out. So for now, I'll just wait. Let me know. Taking every one else's farm. Like, Kebri definitely seemed like he wasn't good, and I think that's kind of what tilted the dancer, but he just started to ruin everyone else's games as well when he started rotating. And he literally rotated to solo, took my farm, right after I had gotten ganked, which just fucked me even more. So, yeah. I do not enjoy Ra. I enjoy him now, yes. But when he came out, I did not. Because when Ra came out, he was a tank. He was a like Phoenix Shield, Gladiate like shield, fucking spammer. It was so boring to play. But like obviously Ra's been changed now into what he used to be, but for me it was just kind of too late. You know, I don't want to look forward to a release on a god if it might not be the same god that I used to enjoy. Ra Nibblering is nasty. Yeah, I can imagine that actually might be pretty fun now. Problem is, it's just gonna be shit in solo for the most part. Ra's solo is so not good, and I hate it. I think it's just solo is very easy to gank. So if you're a low mobility god, any jungler, like the lane is so compact. It's the same thing with duo. I feel like the side lanes are just too easy to gank, because the junglers can come from anywhere. And I'm indeed fishing for passion. It's lower than ever for me right now. It does suck, because I do enjoy the game, but I just don't know what to play when I play the game. Nothing is fun. Got another troll coming in. I'm already ready for this. It's gonna be one of those days. Guan Yu ban? That's still weird. Play on her mid? I kind of want to play mage though. I don't like playing ADCs in Smite 2.
Select your god.
I kind of just want to play Kukulkan. It's like one of the few fun gods for me in the game. Hence my Radiant on him. I was thinking Ra, but then they picked Aladdin, and I can't be arsed with it. Though I suppose Kukulkan is kind of the same boat into an Aladdin, but kind of worse because I don't have CC immune. It's just more fun. Only have Radiant 2 gods. I don't know how many Radiants I have. Like 7 or something like that. I have Hades, Mordred, Morrigan, Zeus, Kukulkan. Shit, what else do I have? Jock? So at least 6. I forgot if there's more. Yeah, I have Aladdin as well, so 7. There might be one more I'm forgetting, but that's about it. I'll also say though, I do think one of my few things that started making me not enjoy the game as much, I guess lately, is that I started focusing a bit too much on winning. Which is, every time I start doing that, I start just enjoying the game less. Once I just focus on myself and I have some fun, it just tends to be more enjoyable. Dude, I feel like we're kind of getting stacked on here, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know my duo lane at all. Still though, I'd rather want a game like this than a game with just full randos. Let's see. I should be good once I have 2 or 3 items online, but in classic Cuckoo fashion, I'm gonna be semi-useless early on. I might need to go boar as well this game. Just because of Baron. Otherwise I might just be cooked on cooldown. At least it's a Baron. Oh. Dude, they have a weird comp. They don't actually have a frontline. And we have a Cerberus into a Ra. As well as a Baron. Diamond Cuckoo for a solo laner is wild. I mean, I played him in solo a few times. He's one of my more played mages in solo. Not looking at the traditional ones like Hades. I love Kukulkan in Smite too. The dash adds so much for him, for me.
Minions have spawned.
And right now, he's honestly not that bad in solo. I'm gonna say it. I would pick him in a high-level game. Same thing with Zeus, but that's just because mages are really good in solo. Because you can build that stupid boar item, you're so very safe. Like, what the fuck are you scared of when you just boar the fuck out of there? Alright, the stuttering can stop now, thanks. I don't know what's with my smite. Lately it's been stuttering more than usual. What a weird start. Like, what are we doing? Sue's just soloing the buff? What's my jungler again? I don't know why we didn't go for the buff. I don't understand. Aladdin and Zeus went to the left. I don't know why Nemesis went mid with me then. The second she hit level 2, she should just gone to the buff. Like, am I wrong? I'm obviously not a mid main. Or a jungle main for that matter, but... that just felt really awkward and weird. Let's back real fast.
Enemy missing the middle. Enemies in the front.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not sure where Zeus is going right now. Actually, he could be going to the fire things. Don't think he can solo them though, this early.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Attack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can solo them, but not without losing a shit ton of HP. And lost the full wave as well. That's only good for me.
Bear about.
Attack.
What do you mean be right back? Why can't we just pause?
Your right tower is under attack.
What do you mean be right back?
Attack left lane. Attack left lane. On my way.
This fucking Zeus really wants these buffs.
Nice job.
I'm going for jungle buff.
Yes.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing right.
One day I'll hit him. He does seem to be someone who likes juking though, so I gotta just throw it out there. I gotta just fucking yeet it to the side. Hope for the best.
On my way.
Come on, bro! Fucking double ulted and you're going the long way round.
He lives in like a casino? What the fuck was all that? I'm sorry guys if that's really loud. Because that was actually loud for me.
Fucking troll. Troll nem.
Silence. Enemy missing middle.
No, it's not.
Your left tower is under attack.
Good game.
Troll nemesis.
This reset is the worst. It's a console mic, it could be. It does sound like one of those PS5 microphones.
Enemy missing middle.
I would kind of want Nemesis to be around mid more though. Like it's a Zeus. I feel like we just kind of yoink him, right? What's he gonna do?
Down.
And ow, that did so much fucking damage.
Tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Enemy missing right.
Down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, red buff, don't fucking yoink me here.
Enemy missing right. Oh, careful middle.
Thanks.
Enemy missing
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't even take ult, man. What the fuck?
Are we doing well? Have you beaten E33? Yeah, I have, yeah. I beat it, was it yesterday? Yeah, I beat it yesterday. Like, fully completed it. I 100%ed it, so I got all the achievements and everything. Very few games makes me want to do that. Like, that game was a fucking treasure.
Enemy missing middle.
Yeah, troll Nem. The fucking Nem's dog shit, man.
Silence.
Fuck off, you cunt.
This guy's proper British. Even when they're in the wrong, they still think they're right.
Seb, go mid. I can fucking take this knee on my own. Yeah, I can take him on my own. No problem.
Alright, it was still a big kill for me. Do I just go boar for safety? I might need to. I absolutely might need to. How long did it take? I spent a lot of time just running around exploring stuff for myself, so it took me 82 hours overall to complete everything. But on average, I believe people are saying like 60
Enemy missing
to
right.
do everything. I just enjoy the game so much, I was looking for a reason to keep playing it. So that's why my hours is probably going to be a bit more than your average person. Oops.
You bring the thunder, yes!
Enemy missing middle.
Nice job.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
And I can walk in. Thought that would be on gold, considering the new Separatist wasn't right. But never mind, I guess.
Down.
Dude, he came, yoinked my kill, and didn't block the knee ult. I don't fucking believe it. What am I supposed to do about this? Hello?
Knock it out.
Hit me, man. No. Played 8 hours in 1 week because I really liked the game. That's how I found my ways. The real question is, why the fuck did I even play Smite during the time?
On my way.
Why would I waste my time with this when I could play Peak? Also, it wasn't just a week, was it? When the fuck did it come out? It's like 2 weeks now.
Your left tower is under attack. You have slain an enemy.
Follow me. Down.
I want to stall this Zeus without dying this time.
You bring it thunder, yes. Oh, very strong. Triple kill. Ooh. Oh, you move like a jaguar. On my way. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Be careful. I'll attack right back. Yes! Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Need healing.
Your right tower is under attack. Thunder.
Well, I'm dead.
That's too bad.
Don't know why fucking Cuckoo's in my lane.
Under attack.
That sucks, man. Where is it? Wait, what the fuck is the board? There it is. Yeah, Persona 3 was also great.
Under attack.
That was the first time I experienced the game as well with Reloaded. Metaphor was great. Like, I'm not generally the big turn-based guy, but I think if turn-based still feels good and like can be flashy to look at and has good music and all that stuff, like it generally can grab me as well.
Raven and Aladdin are in my.
Your left tower is under attack.
Nem's walking right past him like a fucking bot. Too late, bro. Fucking 3 in my lane and fucking Nem's a fucking.
It will always surprise me how it's surprising to people that people don't want to gank their lane if they're being assholes. Damn, he's 1 HP.
Can you take the fucking? Can you take a Baron ult? It's the second fucking Baron ult you haven't fucking done anything with.
It's so loud.
Fucking hell, man.
Can I even turn him down
Incompetent.
specifically? Is it so hard to be nice? Let's ask him. It doesn't even want to answer the question. I'm guessing it's a yes. Damn, I almost got Aladdin too. That was a bit unfortunate. should have just beats the ult.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
He's got speed buff. Ain't no way we're checking that.
Gank middle lane. Serpent.
Ow! Holy chain lightning. Good thing I had extra health.
Right tower is under attack.
Fuck it. Maybe I just look for a Bloodbound book on top of what I have for more safety. Because I don't really think I need the damage at the moment anyway.
On my way.
W rage.
Tower is under attack.
Nah, man. This guy is like the wrong way to rage. He's getting mad at all the wrong things. Wait, they aren't on fire, right? That'd be weird. Why is he dashing into the right? Like that.
Set up an ambush here.
Your right tower is under attack.
To hell with it.
To hell with it.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
How have I always got fucking 2 creatures in my lane?
I don't even know what he means by that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Because it definitely isn't Aladdin. If it's the support, then I mean, I don't know, I feel like he's always in mid, so I don't know, I'm not really sure what he's talking about. Oh, Zeus is over there. That's just weird.
On my way.
Okay, that one I'll give him. I also do not know why Zeus is here.
On my way.
Yeah, Zeus is dead. If the fucking Hercules hits any...
Your middle tower is under attack.
One day we'll hit something.
Has been slain.
Nice job. I'll defend.
He be schmooving around. I have been seen.
Enemy spotted. Very good.
Upon you.
The party's this way.
Be right back.
Enemy spotted.
Just because of Aladdin, I will just get all these safety items. Because as I said before, I don't really think I'm going to need the damage against the rest of them. We have enough damage on this team.
Fucking Aladdin. Who fucking didn't ban Aladdin, man? cancerous little cunt.
Your left tower.
You can't because your team's all split. Retreat off Fire Giant, retreat off Fire Giant, retreat, retreat, you got a
Just be quiet,
Ra.
man. You're too loud.
Who are you fucking talking to, you cunt?
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Yeah, good play. Glad we fucking didn't listen much.
Your left tower.
We got dagger. I'm fine with this. Why is everyone always mad? I don't know. I mean, it's just online games. People are always mad in online games. They can't help it.
Free your soul to the other.
Okay.
No tank gonna take that now.
Okay.
Fucking stinking team.
You can't keep blaming someone else for your own mistakes, man.
Hold on, I can't fucking blame the tanks for not taking a single fucking Baron ult. Are you fucking dumb? That's the whole fucking point. Fucking stinkers, man.
I think I'm just gonna try and not talk to him anymore because I don't think he understands normal logic. So I will just not waste my time on it.
Nice job. Slowly but surely.
He will always, he's one of those people that will always turn it into something that goes in his favor. Like he will use an argument where he is right, even though I'm not referring to that part. Like right there, he's just too far up. No one is in front of him. A tank cannot take it if they're not in front of him. So you can't blame a tank for that. I'm sure this happened once in this game where a tank could have taken it for him, but that wasn't one of those cases.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Be careful.
The pyromancer has arrived.
We definitely do need some more vision though.
Come, the party's this way.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. When it rains, it pours. Your team has destroyed a middle. Your left tower is under attack.
Just join Aladdin real fast.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack fire giant.
Maybe we could have ended. I'm not too sure. Interesting. That's already an immortality wish.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Be right back.
I actually need so little for 3k. See if I can yoink it real fast. Get full rod. Sometimes I try to still like communicate with them just in case, because I know some people can be irrational when they're getting stressed. Like some people I talk to, even in Smite as well. Probably one of my best friends that I've gotten to know throughout playing Smite in Neo was someone who trash talked me in the first game he met me, and then he came to my stream afterwards and apologized because he knew who was being irrational. And in the moment, I was, being calm and talking to him about it, but he was still being mad, and so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I would rather take the chance and just. Damn it.
Free your soul.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Still got my book. Still worth it. We got the Phoenix. Just plays a ward for fire here. Terrible place for me to back, but I wanted to take the chance. Just in case. I do think it's true though, Kami. Like, kindness is a virtue these days. The people who can be kind should stay that way, if they can. Damn, where was Neef? I still have my stuff up, I just didn't even see it because of the fucking bush.
Attack.
This wasn't a great Barry ult. Predator. Yeah, I didn't press it because I didn't see the Neath anywhere. It's the same thing with Boar. I just didn't see Neath. I didn't think I needed to press anything there. But you're right, I've been slacking on pressing it. What's the cooldown again? It's like 80 seconds? Yeah, I gotta just be trigger happy with it. You are right.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ward here.
Okay.
Down.
Attack Fire Giant.
Gank right lane.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
Set up an
Attack
ambush
Fire
here.
Giant.
Attack Fire Giant. Attack Fire Giant.
Guess I'll take it.
Attack middle lane. On my way.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Stand a chance.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy ultimate down.
Aladdin no ult.
Swift.
Destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Serpent swift.
700? My poor ass, that's so much damage. Which stuff was already got it. I'll probably still report this guy who kept talking. Look how much better it went once he stopped talking. It's actually crazy. He was just distracting everyone. What in the fuck was this guy? I mean, probably just harassment, right? Couldn't keep his mouth shut. Shut? There we go. Something was up. Yeah, he pressed it. Yeah, full HP. Full HP book. Damn, there's a lot of NIM damage too. An item turns into a dragon. We have Fafnir. We just gotta wait for the dwarf. Then you can be a dragon. Yeah, it feels terrible to sync. As my title says, I am quite literally fishing for passion. Because it is the least fun I've had so far in Smite 2. There's just nothing for me that's going well this patch, I think. The games are boring again, because it's so varied in skill levels. Like, Guan Yu is boring to me for some reason, I don't know why. Just isn't what I hoped for, I guess. So there's just nothing for me this patch. And everything feels worse. Tanks are just worse as well. Which is, you know, that's fine. I don't really think they should... Obviously, I don't like the broken tank meta either. I want to play other stuff too, but... Yeah. Overall, I think this is a pretty bad patch. I have the most inhumane teammates. Yeah, that's how I felt when I streamed last time, 2 days ago. It literally made me not want to play Smite the next day. And my first game was kind of like that too. I had a trolling Dancer and a kept rebuilding full mage. You can imagine how that went. He was support. Oh. It's called Haste. Yeah, it's a fun queue game. Very fast paced. Keeps me warm while I'm waiting in queue. I actually hope that Guan doesn't release as a hybrid, because I do not need the amount of stuff that he could build and mix and match. It would be fun though. Part of me thinks he should be, because it's what makes Smite 2 interesting, is the hybrid stuff. But I can already imagine the pain that I will have as a frontline into that shit. Probably just won't ever pick a frontline if I'm against an Alquang then. But give me shit like Hades or something. Why is this queue suddenly long? What happened? Though I kind of hope that I missed the queue. I don't want to be on the same team as that guy again. My ears can't handle that again. I wouldn't mind being against him though. And then just tell my jungler to focus him, because that was a good strategy. He's gonna tilt the rest of his team. Make Alquang aspect to changing his ult. Now it transforms into his dragon form and does a huge AoE attack. It could be interesting. Like I thought that same thought process has happened with me with Vamana. Like give him an aspect that makes him more of an ability based and make him like, I don't know, maybe they can use the death animation of his big form to make like a big frontal like AoE. That could be pretty cool, like something like that. But at the same time, that would be a lot of work for a potential aspect that, you know, might just be bad. So hopefully they do something like that. I would like to see experiment more with straight up changing abilities in that way. So far they haven't done that. Like the closest we get is something like, I guess, Hekate, where the ability is just doing something different, but it still looks the same, you know? I definitely wouldn't mind them trying some more stuff by straight up changing an ultimate, because that just changes how a god plays. But it also brings a lot more like balancing problems to the table by changing something that big. Still though, I would love to see it, but I'm not sure they have the manpower for it at the moment. Like just porting gods is hard enough at the moment for them, I think. There's one guy connecting here, we'll see if they end up dodging. Seems like it. I'm like cold sweating right now because it's getting hot, but fuck man, it's still kind of cold. It's chilly in it's called, like in the shade, I guess. The shadow. That sounds edgy. But it's chilly when you're not in the sun. So I'm just kind of cold sweating. Yeah, those are Dutch. Dutch, you're the enemy team joins the seed, I see. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, if you have a cold, I mean, yeah, you're gonna get the shivers, but as far as I know, I'm not sick at the moment, so it is just purely because I am sitting currently in a hoodie and in shorts, so my legs are getting cold. But I know if I put on long pants, it's gonna get hot real fast. Ow. Fire hot. Do I even need... Yes. I'll do pickup range. It is funny how Hades is just banned every game now. Wait, did I pick up some? I picked up something stupid, didn't I? I take damage now? For picking up the fucking things? The fuck did I pick up? Maybe I should read the abilities that I pick up. That might be a good fucking idea. Yeah, I am. No, don't you. Fuck. Now I have to avoid them too? What have I done? Yeah. Interesting. So there's some kind of... I have a revive? I don't even know what's fucking going on. I haven't been keeping up on my abilities in this run. No Gabba bans Hades a lot? Sure. It's not just him though. Everyone that bans Hades a lot now. Because, I mean, he is absolutely at the top. He is broken. I'm not arguing against the fact that he is broken, simply that I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner. What am I playing though? I mean, I'm against the Nemesis. I definitely don't feel like playing a tank. I'll do Poseidon. Oh, maybe I should have picked something different. Considering we now have 4 magic. Putting a lot of pressure on our carry here. So is Aspect Poseidon just better in every case? What's the trade-off again? I'll just go check. Let's see. If I have side waves, try to no longer affect trident, but it activates focus the side waves, causing them to pierce enemies. Yeah, oh yeah, it no longer affects tidal surge, so you don't get the 3 things anymore, right? I don't want that. I want the 3 things. You also lose scaling? Yeah, I won't do that then. Because I'm looking to do ability based. just stop it right there before I get into an actual run. I do feel like they're stacked compared to us, but I don't know. It's another case of me just not knowing my duo. Well, not my duo, but like the Ra didn't do too well, who was Mag in the last one, but don't have any recollection of if I know him or not. Never seen my Honor before, and I don't recall my Acne either. So we'll see. Now's the big question, though. What the fuck do I build? Probably Sans. Let's try this. We have 4 shells. Shell. Oh, it's an Acne jungle as well. Okay. Definitely don't think we're gonna be able to yoink an Odin. Man, our comp is terrible. It will be good if we get a lead, I'll say that much. Just because we have Aphrodite and Ymir. But we will see. I do think my lane is the one that's gonna struggle the most.
Okay, thanks. You rock! Cancel that!
I mean, usually I gotta run to my lane, buddy. Now I'm gonna be fucking late for this. Okay. Bit greedy there, buddy. I think I'll be alright in this matchup. I just gotta make sure that I don't just let him jump me. You're being weirdly greedy, Pain, on this one. You're really not gaining anything out of this.
Take middle lane on my way.
We've slain an enemy.
I just fucked up here. I literally did what I said I couldn't do. I have to make sure that I am not getting jumped, and I got jumped.
Middle tower is under attack.
What am I building though? Probably just start with a Bloodbound, otherwise I will have 0 survivability.
Attack middle lane. Your left tower.
It's alright though, at least I got that double back.
On my way.
Going quite well everywhere else, though. Love to see it.
I admire your zeal.
Your left tower is under attack.
How do you do?
Take this jungle back.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back. Follow me.
I don't know how many times I had to tell them here. Boys, I told you 3 times that he's gonna rotate. That's not on me, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I called it before you dashed in, man, way earlier than that. I literally watched you hold it the whole time. I'm sorry, but that one isn't on me.
I'm going for jungle buff.
There's absolutely 0 chance in that. I fucked up by dying. I'm someone who don't mind taking blame if it's actually on me, but that one is not on me. I could not have told them any sooner that he was rotating. And still, they even went for the buff too. You could have just given up the buff if you don't think you can fight it. They both got double jumped as well. I'm sorry, boy. I'm not taking the blame there.
Be careful, right?
Your left tower is under
I'll
attack.
gank middle lane.
My fighter. Enemy
Be
missing
careful,
left.
right?
Enemies have returned.
He rotated again.
Your right tower is under attack. Ooh, very good.
I'll gank left lane.
That's my bad touch.
Out of me. For increment.
Wish I had my ult for that little exchange. Oh, 2 of those just fell on top of me.
Be careful, right? Enemies in the jungle.
right tower is under attack.
Just get tower. Could have rotated as well, or TP'd over, but without Kraken, I just don't think I have any kill potential.
Enemy missing middle.
Oops.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Enemies behind us.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
What next? Grab a nibble ring, I guess. Get that on early. Don't have that much power just yet, but it'll start ramping up now. Probably just gonna have to go full mage for the rest of it.
Shut down. Okay. Ally has been slain.
Okay, man.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under
Yes, our Dodge had no abilities.
Well, I say, no problem.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, like a jaguar. Ooh.
That ain't happening.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's no hope for me. Judgment is my domain.
Why is Vulcan there? Guess he was on red. That sucks.
Not on my watch. Let's get 'em.
Hive the Storm is such a troll item. It's so bad.
Enemies have returned to base.
Well, it's only good for us that he actually has it. It's annoying for sure, now that I can't defend myself in a 2v1 at least, but I think in the 1v1 it won't help much. I'm not planning on running away. It really is a weird item. I don't understand the stats they gave it. It's like they can't really figure out if they wanted to have like damage or defense.
Very good. Left. My trident. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
But the match ain't over yet.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing left. Retreat.
Yeah, I don't know why. He just completely forsaken his lane. He doesn't even want to be here anymore.
Be careful, right?
Think nothing of it, Lord Fury.
Like a fish out of water. Your right tower is under attack. Gank right lane. On my way. My trident. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Attack.
Enemies in the right circle.
Enemy has been slain.
cracking like an idiot.
There's no running from me.
Enemy spotted. Out of water. Slain an enemy. Ally has been slain.
Dude, Vulcan two-shots me, what the fuck, man? That's crazy. But man, I do wish Honor hit more impales, because he missed like 3 in this whole exchange. Crit active will never not be weird to look at.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll grab Spear. I'm still a bit confused on what items are actually good on mages right now. Because I feel there's a lot of them.
My trident.
Completed. Okay. Okay.
Your right tower is under attack. Oh, blacking.
Enemy spotted.
My trident. Oh, very strong. Attack the gold fury.
Attack.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Destroy the gold fury.
The Izanami definitely seems like something we can take advantage of. Seems slightly confused at times. And of course Vulcan has Aegis.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, right. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Slain an enemy.
On my way.
Enemy missing left. Be careful. Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Attack.
Not that we need it.
Attack the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
No problem.
Vulcan hurts, man. So badly.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing. On my way.
It's actually crazy timing-wise. How? Oh wow, that's just a one-shot. Timing-wise, Odin always ends up being there the second I leave, like, the fight. It's so weird and awkward. Wall, where is it? Should happen eventually. Nice.
Here is strong.
Attack middle lane.
Nice job.
No.
Your left tower is under attack.
Marvelous.
I mean, like, what?
I feel like I'm so far behind, but I'm not. It's just that Agni is just that far ahead of everyone else. And Vulcan, I guess.
Attack right. Attack right tower.
You bring the thunder. Yes. May the gods surround you. Your left tower is under attack.
My shell was down at the time.
That was a big post of comfort. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. You have slain an enemy.
I don't know who the Agni is though. He's playing it well.
Fabuloso. Immortal.
What
Like
I
me.
say.
I don't know why he was being so egotistical though in the beginning. Well, I know why, but
Your team has destroyed
maybe
a
not
middle
egotistical,
enemy
just kind of a
Phoenix.
weird comment to throw out.
You have slain an enemy. Bye. Oh, they hit like a attack my tower. Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Oops. Bad whirlpool.
Fire giant.
Out of water. Enemy ultimate down.
It does feel try-hardy in a way to have 4 shells, but
Take this jungle.
and into Odin I wasn't gonna take any chances. I needed it myself at least, being in lane against him. Everyone else having them, well, what can you do?
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed
Double attack! There can only be one Baron.
I do feel my lack of power in this game. Open the door, Dutch.
Enemies have returned to base.
Attack left tower.
Destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Don't forget to sub!
Bye.
Victory.
One more game. I'm an absolute SR slave, so that's why I went Poseidon. Everyone knows this. No. I will pass on that one, thank you very much.
Select your god.
I don't know what to pick, man. What am I supposed to play? Don't want to kill this game. Just play something different. Right, I have this weird thing. I guess I just can't pick them up. I hate this map. The layout just sucks. Or this type of map, I should say. I'm pretty sure it's procedurally generated. Kneecap biter. This does seem like a potential split matchup game. Do I just go beats? What am I against? Gabrakan? I mean, I might have to just go shell. Maybe just Runeforged? Is that still good in Achilles? I imagine it is. Still a good item on paper. Dancer jungle. Gabragan's definitely gonna be more annoying. I was hoping I was gonna be against Guan.
Okay. Minions have spawned.
Hello.
I'll just not do the start, I guess, because apparently some junglers don't know that solo leaves early. I'll just stick around then.
Hello. Fucking pissing me off, by the way.
Are you ready for me? Watch yourself.
Enemy spotted!
First blood. Slayed an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Don't think I want to fight him.
On my way.
I'm out of potions, and what a weird. He actually went Warrior's Axe. I didn't know he did that, because I've seen the poking he's done on me, but... Still. Bluestone is so good on Gabrakan that it's surprising.
Careful in the jungle. Your right tower is under attack.
I missed, man, because of the stun. Damn, I went just in a different direction. That actually sucks. I think that might have been a kill if Warriors procs as well. Unfortunate.
Are you ready for me? Watch yourself. That's too bad. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Oh, hot fudge!
Your middle tower is under attack.
How are you?
Watch yourself.
Yes! You're explosive!
You really don't want me to back, huh? It's fine. I realized I don't actually need to back yet. I need 200 gold.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful! Behind us! On our way!
Are you ready for me?
Behind us!
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Let's give Cabrakan a heal. Why shouldn't we, right? Am I right, everyone? Apparently so. My god, what the fuck would we do that?
I can't wait to try this out in battle.
Enemies in right lane!
On top of that, it's on the ability that you can use fucking twice. I don't understand.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn, is he out? It's unfortunate.
Hot fudge!
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful! Right! On our way!
Enemy down.
Both ults.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ooh, very good!
Thanks.
Yep, yep!
Completed. Prepare yourself.
On my way!
Watch yourself. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gank right
Hold
leg
your voice.
completed!
Nice. Got something at least. Like, I think Danzo's doing alright so far, but he is definitely ignoring a lot of the mid-side camps. which Dutch is very unhappy about, I can tell.
Enemies at the goal here. Gentlemen. Behind me.
How can anyone say Achilles is the best solo? That's actually crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
Especially when Bracken exists. I'm just referring to what Weekend said, apparently. I think it's completely fine to have different opinions, but I do think it's crazy. Out of all solo laners, I do not think Achilles is the best one. I think he's alright at best. Like, Bracken, I think even Mordred completely shits on Achilles.
Are you ready? On my way. Gank.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Hasta la vista, amigo. On my way.
Crazy.
Your middle tower is under attack. Yes! Ah! Your right tower is under attack. Attack! Attack! Your middle tower.
Of all things to me, though, Bracken is typically going to be one of the more boring matchups.
Too bad.
For anything, really. Like, if you're building a tank,
Tower is under attack.
you're gonna have a terrible time because he's unkillable. If you're building a mage, you're gonna have a terrible time because he's gonna one-shot you even though he's building full tank. That is Bracken in a nutshell. So what's even the point at that point? Like, what are we playing for? I've never been a huge fan of the big tank versus tank metas. I just think it's boring. We're just hitting each other and nothing's happening.
You bring the thunder. Yes!
Enemy missing left. Be careful middle.
And he loves stunning me too. I do need to back though. I have too much gold.
Perfect in form and function.
So let's go for some damage. I don't actually want to go full tank this game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Are you ready for me? Your right tower is under attack. Watch yourself.
Wash them away!
Are you ready for me?
Sorry. No, I have enough damage. At least for now.
Watch yourself.
Okay. Be careful, middle.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Enemy missing right.
Don't think I'm gonna waste my shell on that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Interesting, he even dives that. Like, Fenrir's not here around as far as I know. And I just need a few more seconds for my ult. That would have been great.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies at the goal, Fury! Good luck. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Watch yourself.
Be careful, left.
Hmm. Just keep going for a hybrid build, I guess. Definitely feel like I do want some cooldown though, eventually. Actually, I'm gonna be super squishy to Agni. I should probably get some protection there.
Watch yourself. Ally has been slain.
Not great if On Her is gonna start getting soloed though.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
On the old mark.
Watch yourself.
You're very quiet, Dutch. I can barely even hear you today.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Don't know why Dutch's mic is so quiet for me.
Hot fudge!
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
And where is she?
That's a problem. Retreat!
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, everyone's fucking here.
Fuel for the fire!
Your right tower is under attack.
Fuel for the fire!
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate down!
Are you
He actually fucking blocked my ult. And I'm blocking myself here.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn, we just pushed him closer. That sucks. What an awkward fight. That could have gone so much better if I had just gotten that execute. Now Capra is just gonna go Dragon. Great. How unfortunate.
Enemy ultimate down!
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant!
Enemy missing.
Yes.
Attack middle lane.
I mean, we're just gonna keep letting Fenrir do this? I don't get it, man. But also, what the fuck? Gabragan is so fucking tanky. He shouldn't even be tanky to Saul. He has no magic protection outside of Ankh. And this little part. Fuck, man. That's so bad. That was such a good fight for us.
Tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right
Saul and
tower
Unher just
is
kind of
under
grouped
attack.
up for a double Fenrir jump. That completely cooked us.
Attack!
Definitely also feel like my cooldowns have been ass this game. What is all the shelling? Oh, he's DCing. I don't want to kill him. That's on you, boys. I'm not into that.
An enemy has left the game. Attack. Slayed an enemy. Attack fire.
That's really unfortunate for them. Oh. My cooldowns.
An enemy has returned. Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Yeah, I mean this. If we end up winning this game, like a lot of it is just gonna feel like kind of bad because we got this for free when we more than likely should not have. Like Fenrir should have been out. He would have been able to rotate onto fire here. It's just really bad timing on that.
A useful tool has arrived.
Grupa, retreat, middle lane. Enemies in left lane.
Get out, loser. We're gonna own some news.
Be careful, middle.
Completed.
Please. Okay. You so good. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Defend, middle lane.
Yes. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
I'll just get this fucking tower. We need it.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Are you ready for me?
Have a blast!
I'm just gonna go yoink this.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. On my way.
Enemies in right lane!
Watch yourself. Your right tower is under attack. I'll defend right lane. Middle lane. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right Phoenix is under attack. On my way. You bring the thunder.
Might be able to end if we get another kill here.
Attack the minions! Attack the Titan!
On my way. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Finally! Retreat!
Not bad.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ward the fire giant!
They just had to wait for me to get there, man.
On my way. On my way.
On my way! And the fire giant! Chase the enemy!
This time.
Wasn't in time. Fuck.
You move like a jaguar. Retreat. Hasta la vista, amigo. I will not let you fall. Wash them away. Attack enemies incoming.
Bit risky, I would say, but
Victory.
somehow worked out in the end. Yeah, my life as Achilles was somewhat easy in this one, I think. A lot of the time I was just able to go on either Agni or... I mean, Artemis obviously can't get away, but Agni we always dashed somehow, so it was pretty easy for me to just go on him there. Fairly. Today is just weird. Well, I'm saying today, just the reset is making things weird. Period. Whoops. Like, I might just need... Wait, can I... Can I see what I have on me somewhere? Maybe if I played this game enough. Let's see. Controls. Item view. Tab. Okay. I hate this game like 50 hours. I didn't know this shit. I don't play the game actually. I just do it while I'm in queue. That's it. Yeah, minus pickup range, and then I lose. Okay. Oh, I gain them passively. I see how it is. So this shit makes me take damage if I take the ones on the map, but I gain passive sparks. So alright, just don't ignore sparks. That's actually kind of nice. What are the two things I have? Like this one? Gain boost and gain boost. Okay. Perfect. It was fun playing Achilles though. I haven't played Achilles in a long fucking time. And while I like playing him outside of lane, the laning was super boring in Bracken, that's for sure. I'm happy I managed to actually kill him once though. That's probably the one thing. Like, Achilles has that nice advantage if you can get him low enough, because then you can just execute, but getting him that low is hard. Which is why I was bitching a bit that it randomly has a heal now. Because Kraken definitely fucking needed that. Just makes it harder to put him into execute range. I have to actually focus on not picking up these sparks. I'm so used to it. It's kind of the whole point, getting currency. I'm having a bit more fun today though, I will say, just because I'm actually a bit more satisfied with how I'm playing rather than last time. Because I just felt like I was playing like shit, and I just couldn't... I just played so much worse, I felt like, than I know I can. And I don't really have... Like, my enjoyment generally just comes from, like, focusing on myself, making sure that I'm not making stupid mistakes, and I just made so many in the last stream that I just didn't really feel like... Like, everything was just not adding up. I had not great teams on top of me just not being able to do anything. I just played like shit myself, and it just all added up. Made it so unfun to play that day. Alright, I'm gonna boss. Probably gonna wait with this until I get to the... back out into the queue. This is nice. I know everyone on this team now. That's great. Do I pick Hades now that he's actually available? I almost feel like I have to. Because if I meet that shit, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Select your god.
But at the same time, I just don't feel like playing it. That's the other issue. Fuck it. I just don't want to risk being into it. Just no way, man. Because if I picked something for fun here, my general, I was gonna play Kukulkan. Like, it's not like it's fucking secret. I was gonna play Kukulkan here, but if I pick Kukulkan and I meet Hades, my game is over. I can't play the game anymore. But from what I can see, it is probably Thor or bots. I don't know who it could be on bots, but oh, it's Gabu. I see. That's why. That's why I said it. I mean, it's not even that bad of a matchup with Thor specifically. It's not like I should ever really be able to kill him.
There can only be one Baron.
Probably just gonna have to go beats. I still don't like New Blink. I cannot get used to it.
Felipe. Bugün Felipe.
Is Sands of Time actually better than Conduit?
Shut
I
up,
mean,
bro.
I'll just do it. Fuck it.
Your Nate said fuck you, bitch. That's what
Shut
Nate said.
up.
Man, shut your bitches up.
Dutch, why are you so quiet all of a sudden? It's so quiet on my end. I haven't touched anything. Did you turn yourself down?
It's because he's fat, bro. It's because he's fat.
I'm also fat.
Is this better?
But I'm a yes.
W. Felipe!
Maybe it's a bit too loud
That's
now.
Whisperer.
What about now, bro?
Perfect.
And I'm leaning with a mentally ill person, man. Like, someone help me.
Minions have spawned.
I admire your zeal.
I feel like I haven't played Hades in fucking weeks. Because he's been banned.
Felipe, Caps is gonna gank level 2. He's probably gonna start heals somehow, I don't know.
Yeah, I
He's
can
gonna
let
do
you know if
something.
he is, because Thor is gonna be super delayed if he is starting there.
Yep, mid is starting and mid. W mid laner. Was Thor delayed?
No, he actually wasn't, for some reason. I lost a bit of the wave here, which is a bit unfortunate.
Be careful. Enemy missing. Be careful.
Not having conduit is why I'm doing less damage. Bots isn't left.
Be careful.
Enemy missing.
I'm a muscle pack.
There can only be one Baron.
Shut up, bro. You missed the freeze.
There can only be one Baron.
These two derps are what I needed.
Noob.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lighten the mood a bit.
He's coming, get out.
On my way.
Goodbye, Bobo, look.
Fucking hell, I keep zoning me. I'm like 10 creeps behind at this point.
On my way.
Completed. I'll defend. Be careful left. Enemies incoming.
Back.
I was so late on that call. Probably... I'll just do Helmet actually. It's gonna be good into these two if they end up camping. Once I have my ult, it'll be just gonna be impossible to actually die with Helm of Radiance. And to be even bigger bitch, I'm just gonna go for Bloodbound right after.
You have slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. Take this jungle buff.
Enemies in right lane.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
He has fucking ages, man, like what?
He always goes Aegis. You're dumb.
Out of here. Uranium.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack.
Thor ult and shell. I mean, what the fuck?
Caps is kinda the goat, I'll say it.
He just hammered and left.
Your middle
Dash,
tower
by
is
the way,
under
yeah.
attack.
Surely we get the Thor that just hammered, man. We need to.
They come, we fight.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh my god, he's not getting him.
Ally has been slain.
Oh man. We're not doing any favors by having on her jungle here.
Is under attack.
Gotta get those kills, otherwise she's just gonna get shit on. Just based on the pick difference.
under attack.
They're winning left at least, which is good, but
Cancel that. Cheerio.
Cancel that.
oh well, whatever.
I admire your zeal.
Ally has
How
been slain.
convenient.
I did beats though, I need to be careful now. Now Thor has a lead on me too.
Awesome.
Your middle tower is under
Right,
attack.
cheerio.
Awesome.
Still have ult.
Yeah, he does. He's
Yeah,
ulting me
one
now,
bot.
actually.
Yeah, that's also. I'm probably dead.
All attack unit is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack.
Completed. Enemy ultimate down.
Thor is no ult.
Yes. Attack. Okay.
Spotted.
The keeper is on your buff. Both weer on your camp.
Is under attack.
He's gonna fucking TP.
Bots probably TPC on
Yeah, I'm getting used to this. I'm just gonna fucking dip.
Awesome. Enemy missing. Awesome.
Cupid dashed. Going on.
My jungler is not doing a single gank, he's doing the fucking pulse as well. So can we have 6? Yeah, and another bad
He's still here.
gun. Unlucky.
Fabuloso.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Ah! Enemy missing left. Be careful, right?
Yo, go ADC, I'm jungling now. I don't care.
No, such a classic actually.
I mean, this fucking guy, bro, he missed all his fucking Anhur ult.
I cannot believe this boss actually just stays there.
Damn, the vibes have been killed so badly.
So Cupid beats.
I'll be alright. I just need some levels and some items.
Enemy set to go.
Your right tower is under attack.
Then I'll be good and happy.
Zonder een boor, hè.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Ally has been
Just give me out and I guess, I don't know. Board.
ally has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. Raging war.
It's a fucking classic, boys.
These trespassers.
They're both
The
really low.
jungle div is absolutely fucking massive, bro. Fucking F6.
I'm not fucking F6ing, man. I finally have
waste of
Hades.
time.
I'm not F6ing, man. I need to do something late game with Hades.
Well, we have the party with Anhu in the jungle. Not doing shit.
Your right tower.
My build is gonna be such low power at the moment, which sucks.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Thor could ultimate.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm on my way though.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
That's too bad.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your turn, your turn.
Hit like a pig. You have slain an enemy.
He has no beats.
He doesn't have ult, just kill him.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack. Thunder! Yeah! Your middle tower is under attack.
Awesome!
On my way.
Awesome! No problem.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids. No problem.
Gank middle lane.
Enemy missing!
Set up an ambush here.
He's not here.
Slowly coming back. I believe in us.
Keep it as bots.
Enemy missing.
Not I'm missing.
Aegis and ult combats.
Keep it beats.
Thunder! Yeah!
I'm low, I kinda need to back.
Aegis, one bots.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Enemies in left lane.
Follow me. On my
On
way.
my way. Be careful.
Too bad.
Can you not hear Thorol anymore? Is that just a thing now? It's
Mm,
fucking
cool, bro.
silent, man. Like, I'm literally listening for it. It's completely silent.
Awesome!
How is that? What the fuck, man?
Enemy missing.
Enemy ultimate down.
Let's see. Kind of legitimately thinking about a Chronos Pendant, but I'm gonna have such low power. That's such a bad idea. I'll just do Deso. Like, I have my ult up too. Like, I feel like I should have been all right.
Ally has been slain.
They're going fire.
Curses.
And they have wards. Okay. Men. Capriel down.
Oh. Damn.
Alright.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
There's a
Can we
weird
do it,
focus on me.
maybe?
I don't get it.
I don't think we can. Maybe.
Yeah, just a pyro. I mean, you probably could have.
Don't
Thor
have
doesn't have
Sunder,
Sunder, but it's still risky.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
We can pull it, maybe.
I think it's too late now.
Fuck it.
Alright, sure, go for it. I'm on
They
my
have
way.
vision on it.
I have bomb and Sunder.
Yeah, well,
We
okay.
only live once.
If you bomb and Sunder, they shouldn't be able to get it. I'm leaving this to you, Dutch.
It's over.
I'll attack right lane.
Yeah. I know. Look.
Yeah, that one's on you, Dutch. I'm not taking blame there.
At least we got it.
It's a W in my book.
Yeah, I agree. That was a terrible call. I did not like this call, but
The
I
thing
think we,
did a bit too much damage to me, actually. More than I expected.
it was a fuck it call. But as the team says, at least we did get it. Now we have fire on one person.
On my way. Your left tower is under attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
Pretty sure he just TP'd here.
Beats.
On my way. Ooh, very good.
Bad.
Boys, help! I'm not even sure what happened there. How are we taking so long killing Thor, man? Instead of just turning on them. Granted, I had a stupid chase for no reason. I'll take some blame for that. somehow we still... Like, I need to just go farm. I'm just gonna go AFK farm, boys. I'm too fucking low level for this shit. Like, we've been fighting non-stop, and I'm not getting any farm. I'm level 15 Hades. Trying to fight level 18 Poseidon. Who I do think I can kill, but... then everyone fucking police always shows up when I try.
Shush.
Oh. Small stutter.
How do you... Shush. I'll gank middle lane.
Have an absolute ball.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Attack!
On my way. Ally has been slain.
Both ult.
Slain an enemy.
Power roll down.
And that's such a classic ending int for me.
Enemies in left lane. Attack right tower. Ha! Thanks.
On my way.
Do soul damage. That's actually crazy.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Help!
On my way.
You bring the thunder. Yes. Slain an enemy. Ally has been slain.
Can Poseidon ult on me?
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down. Double kill.
I don't even know what to say in this game, honestly. Thora's gonna have ult again.
Enemies at the fire site. Yes.
See if I can go heal and rejoin the fight.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
Lucky we vented for fire.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Of course.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
No problem.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Bots all down. I can't believe Thor actually caught me in time. That's so annoying, but we caught someone else, I guess. I just don't know how to play this game out, to be honest. Just feels like no matter what we do, we're just making such bad calls.
What side on beat? I have ult in 3.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
Throw in the air.
Your left tower is under attack.
The NBK is playing this so well too. I do feel bad. I gotta shape up a bit, because
Completed.
Enemy ultimate down!
definitely I'm not playing this very well, but it's a bit of a combination of bad calls. I'm also just behind. Like, how am I so far behind as Hades?
Your right tower is under attack.
Have a jolly good time.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way.
Bye!
Ally has been slain. Hasta la vista, amigo. Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
Ain't no way we actually get away with that.
Get in the chaka! You get it?
What do I even build? Fuck it. And our Phoenix just spawned in time too. I mean, I did get bot skanked early, but that doesn't mean you should fall as far behind as I ended up doing. It's just because of the random rotations I kept doing to right to try and help out with the fighting. And that never worked out anyway, so I rotated, got no kills, and didn't get any farm out of it. Too many times. And we kept making weird calls too, like going for gold, then losing the gold, then going for fire, then losing fire. Like, all shit like that was just... It never worked out no matter what we did. Alright, at least Titan can heal.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ages from bots.
Thor and Capriols.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ah, fucked up. Let's get out.
Enemies at the fire gun.
Attack! Gang!
We're grouping way too much for this.
I'm getting focused by 3 people.
It's fine, we got bots for it. My ult back up as well.
De ult in je. Maar allemaal.
Dude, just attack him. Oh my god. They are so low. Damn, Kipper did not just go out. That's pretty funny. Was a good ult, but he just didn't go away.
One boss is back.
My build is dog shit, but I'm actually just gonna try and play a bit more supporty. Obviously I'm full mage, but...
Like how? Never mind actually.
That's been unfortunate. If Owner had ulti, he should never have gotten bots ulted.
Your left tower is under attack.
He has no ult.
I used too fast.
Enemy spotted.
Nee, voor de wall dat verliezen het wel.
Retreat!
Enemies in right lane.
Cheerio! Attack!
No problem.
There we go. Hades be Hadesing.
Have slain an enemy. No problem.
Enemy missing! Attack fire giant!
Afstand. Just burn it.
He's healing a lot.
On my way!
The hell is he healing off of?
My way!
Just his fucking passive?
Chase the enemy!
That felt like a lot
Chasing.
more than like 4% or 7%, whatever the fuck it is now.
We lost him, bro.
He's in left. Nah, no way they've entered for that.
Think nothing of it!
Your team has destroyed a right.
I have team beats for
We
bots.
can just
so
tank up mid and left without issue.
we can go right. Come.
Sure.
Middle lane!
Get beyond.
Mid, no?
GG boys.
Actually won. GG.
Can't believe you fucking won this. We don't deserve this.
No, no. Victory.
Damn. I was able to pick things a bit up better once once we held, actually. It was like everything just picked up after that for me. It went so well after that. But yeah. Caps, they played very well this game, though. They did. Won the game with that Titan defense. I mean, there's a few reasons, I think. Oh no. I mean, it's Jor. He's good in solo as well. Like, we also threw the game like 3 times, I think, before we got to that point. The fact that I was able to hold there is obviously a good thing. I'm not denying it. It's just we should have had this game in the bag way before that. Yeah, it was just a crazy game. Yeah, well played, DMBK. Like, we wouldn't have been in that position in the first place if it wasn't for you. Like, you killed people so many times by yourself that you kind of kept us in the game when we kept fucking up. I was glad that I was able to show up as well eventually, even though it took a while after bots sat in my lane for a bit. It's a tough game. Felt like 30k. No, you played really well this game. I think if anyone deserves MVP for that game, it should be you.
Select your god.
Dude, it's so hot now. I'm gonna take off my headset real fast, but actually I need to pick first. I mean, Sobek's open, right? Like, I want to pick anything but Sobek here. Whew. Yeah, it got real hot suddenly. Because the sun is out and it's hitting my apartment now. Had to remove my hoodie.
Sobek.
What's your ideal Hades build? About the same build as I had there, except for Helm of Radiance. Probably maybe like a Divine or something like that instead. Like, full damage Hades is generally just the best. And I kind of only ended up going Helm of Radiance here because I was against the bots and a Thor that kept sitting on me. Well, it's natural for Thor since he's my lane opponent, but I needed defense against that. And it's not like Helm of Radiance is bad. Like, it's a good item. It's a really good item. But if you want generally full damage Hades is just the way to go. You want power, you just want a one-shot. Once you finally ult, you need your ult to have a big impact. With Sense of Time, I actually... The starter is still something I can't say for sure. I tried both. I think like the general consensus is for early game you want Conduit, because you just lane clear way better. For late game, or mid and late game generally, Sense is just better, because it gives more damage, it has cooldown, and all those more useful things. So you can decide that for yourself. Like, it's not the biggest...
Gamehunter on Sobek support, no, that is cold.
It's not the biggest, like, you know, difference maker with which starter. You can go for both. I think they're both still good. They just serve different purposes. I'll do Sunder. Just hate not having conduit. Yeah, it is weird. But the thing is, as long as you hit level 3, you just rank up your 3 to second rank, and you just do one shot them then. You know, it's just wait a few levels and you'll be alright. But I get you. I also hate it. I am with you. But
Minions have spawned.
I think there's a hair in my mouse. It's twitching at times. Could just be my hand though.
The midnight hour bows to me.
I can give you passive.
Follow me.
No good.
Castle left. What a shame.
It's a classic. Just an early duo gank. We're level fucking 2, man. What a stupid chase. I did kind of bait the Gabo there, I think.
Attack left lane.
The midnight hour bows to me.
The enemies have returned to base.
That was genius.
Quite outstanding.
The midnight hour bows to me.
Enemies incoming.
Enemy
Outstanding. You have slain an enemy.
Even the genie was impressed.
Fabuloso.
Completed.
Oh, you moved
Damn. What are you doing, some Dutch?
Just the goat, what can I say, bro?
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, those are
Shall we begin the night?
really huge kills.
Defend middle lane. As always.
Don't know why I didn't just plug it. That would have been cooler.
Ward here.
impressed.
Attack!
He didn't have a dash. Damn, he just knocked himself up.
By the gods! No problem.
I don't know what happened. If he just missed ult, I'm guessing he just missed ult, but
Your left tower is under
it definitely
attack.
sucks. Should have been the freest kill of all time.
Enemy missing middle. Marvelous.
By the gods! No problem. Oh, you rock my world.
No.
You bring me thunder.
Even the
Yes!
genie was impressed.
Wel een beetje.
Your right tower is under attack.
Je kan plukken niet dus dan.
I just perma crippled.
Apologies. I'll clean up my mistake. Attack!
Yes!
Yes! Enemy missing.
It must not be your day.
Okay. You there. Yes. You. Good work. Your right tower.
I was so sure he didn't have it. Fuck me, man. That's so tragic.
What a shame.
Oh well. I need this fucking boar. Where is it?
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
But do keep it
I'm afraid it's support diff.
What a shame.
Dude, how am I getting one shot? I don't get it. Dude, support is so bad. This role is so shit. It's worse than solo right now. You're just getting one shot no matter what you do. I have a full item, man. I have all my 30 protections with my full physical defense item. Thanks, Hyris. They said, fuck you, you're not a tank. What the fuck should you be tanky? Fuck me, man. What is that? Like, HP is just more valuable now, isn't it? Why would you ever go protection? It doesn't do anything.
Taking you away one spell at a time.
of
Farewell.
luck.
The
You're
night
going to need
awaits.
it.
They're just dead.
There's no time for sympathy. Not here, not ever. Okay.
Stay here.
Your right tower is under attack.
Defend the God Fury!
I'm on my way.
Your left
Have
tower
fun.
is under attack.
But do keep it tidy, will you?
Thanks.
Gank. I'm on my way. Gank.
Enemy missing. Best of luck. Your team has destroyed the gold Fury.
Oh well. I got it at least.
Very strong.
It must not be your day.
Off we go. Ugh, what a dreadful mess.
Yeah, Thieves is a weird item too. Not that anyone really buys kins, but if they buy kins, you just completely not, like, you just can't play the game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I'm really just trying not to leech duo as well, because he needs the XP so badly.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane.
Enemies incoming right.
But our late game is so good, I absolutely do not want to surrender this. We have Anubis, Aladdin, Hecate.
A little mix-up magic. Clean and precise.
Enemies incoming right. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, the mental is so gone and everyone know.
Your left tower is under attack. Quite outstanding.
Have fun, but do keep it tidy, will you? Farewell. The night awaits.
Enemy on the down.
Enemy missing middle. Follow me. Your left is ready.
Is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Do we not have... Oh, I just didn't have beats up. I see.
Okay. Farewell.
Completed.
The night awaits.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Excuse me? I thought I saw them run past. I guess I'm just fucking not awake at the moment. I'm so distracted.
Be careful, middle. Enemy missing left.
Have
Defend
fun.
the gold
But
fury.
do keep it tight, will you?
The enemy team has destroyed the
Grab
gold
beats item
fury.
for my team as well.
Marvelous.
There's a tanky Acme over there. I see.
Have fun. But
Yes.
do keep it tidy, will you?
He's like 50% on total.
Okay, man.
Quite
Defend the fire unit. That was genius.
Ultimate is ready.
To me.
Oh, my horrific! Your last tower is under attack.
What? It canceled my ult.
Very good.
Interesting. I didn't know that interaction.
Help left lane. Attack left lane. Attack left lane.
Good to know, I guess. I don't think that's intended, I guess, but... Oh, close.
Thunderstruck.
Even the genie was impressed.
On my way.
Completed.
Irish blink.
Fucking hell.
Marvelous. A little midnight magic.
Once again, really don't feel like we need to hold this. But whatever.
On my way.
Worked out that time, but I think it dies anyway.
Okay. That's just
Need healing.
awful. Yes.
Stand back.
Attack the gold
I can
fury.
Attack the gold fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies behind us. Attack.
Recall.
Hem has an ult in it.
Can someone else tank this?
I'm so sorry.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Follow me. Okay.
That's just awful.
Goes on fire, I think. So, look.
We can still make it, right?
Maybe no, I don't have ult in 30 seconds. It's gonna be risky. Just power. Just go power, I think.
Yeah.
It's
I'll take on a
safest. Yeah. I'll probably ult on 20. Just kill him.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Enemy
Your
missing.
team has destroyed a right enemy tower. I'll attack right lane. Be careful. Right lane. Enemy spotted.
Defend left lane.
Enemy spotted.
That's his dash.
Just lump him. Aris. Just Aris. Go Aris.
Wash them away.
Stay together. They can't. Just going. I'm okay.
Sunder's back up. We can surely do this, right?
Destroyed a left enemy. Your middle tower.
We have bomb on Dutch as well.
I can go.
Attack fire giant. Middle tower.
FTP, we can chase him a minute. I've ult.
Like left. He's probably dead.
So go for them.
Yeah, just full coming on fire then.
No, I don't. I mean, he's going away from me. I don't know.
Bomb.
Yeah, we have bomb on Sunder. I think we got this for free.
Yeah, it should be free. I'll pull now. Nice.
Ah, I didn't mean to take that, my bad.
Can we just back, I think?
That is cap. You wanted that badly. I saw it.
I don't want this shit. I'm never gonna press it.
Gank.
Be careful, yes. Just you're just he's away for us. He's away for us, bro. What are you doing?
Completed.
Follow me.
Completed.
Apologies. I'll clean up my mistake. Apologies. I'll clean up my mistake.
Very good.
I've ended, but I've also won the game.
W.
You guys probably push. I'll just stop him from backing.
I'm pushing the wave.
Ah, he already backed.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
That's just awful.
I think just back and go gold, I think. That's 5.
The pyromancer has arrived. Be careful.
Didn't wish for that.
Impossible work. I'm impressed.
keep sundering so late today. I don't know why.
Enemy
My
spotted.
brain lag.
Going down.
I mean, Wake's double bucking every single time, bro. He's gonna die, alright.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'll defend.
Yeah. You back that.
Not sure what happened. How do we end up all dying here?
Attack! Attack!
I can dash.
Impeccable work. I'm impressed.
He dashed.
Rolling beats as well. He's low HP in tower. I'll tank it for you if you want to go in. Hi. Never mind.
What a shame. Save yourself. Defend left lane. I'll defend right lane.
Quite outstanding.
Marvelous.
What do we build?
Careful left.
Stone of Binding, I guess. Lower their protections. Damn, that's huge. Fuck, I'm waiting 30 gold.
Attack fire giant.
Impeccable work. I'm impressed.
Keep forgetting about upgrading my starter early.
By the gods.
Attack the fire giant.
Shall we begin the night's work?
On my way.
Midnight magic.
It is definitely tough solo frontlining a bit here.
Not be your
Out
day.
of the shadows and into my
On
trap.
my way!
Handled. Enemies have returned.
Even a
Ultimate
maid
is
of the
down.
night.
Just fully commit to warding here, because it feels like we have no vision.
I'm on my way.
Probably shouldn't have plucked Ares. That was a bit rough, but
Enemies at the fire giant.
it's still high on HP.
Dat we won het met een bocht.
I mean, we could have done fire like 3 times what you want.
Retreat.
On my way.
Superb effort.
right lane. On my way.
Attack the fire giant.
Destroyed the fire.
Very good.
Attack the gold fury.
Okay.
Can we just get mid Phoenix while there are 2 people down?
Yes.
Apologies.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Go right after Fingers went.
Your team has
Need healing. Set up an ambush here.
Get him low enough, if you can. Or behind us.
What a shame.
Retreat!
Wow, no.
What? I didn't think that worked. It used to not work. What the fuck? They fixed that?
Oh no.
The fuck, man? That used to not count as a knock-up.
Oh no.
What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm so sad about that. It never counted as a knock-up. I've seen it happen. Now it does? That's crazy. I'm so salty about that, Dutch.
Enemy spotted!
It's fine, brother. I will clap it.
Your middle tower is under
And share
Do
it.
they have crit though? No, they don't.
Attack middle lane. On my way.
Enemy
On my
spotted.
way. Attack.
Wait, your middle
Dude,
tower.
what do you even build on fucking supports? Like, what is this? I guess I'll just go Mantle of Discord to try and not get CC to death.
Help.
Without basing.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Must not be your day.
Ward the fire giant. I'm on my way.
Help.
Be careful!
Enemy spotted. Rupa, help right lane.
Attack! Attack! Attack!
Ik niet dashed.
Magic. Please.
mean, despite everything, this is a good game. It's very even, very back and forth. So that is cool. But my god, do I feel like we're making so many stupid mistakes that we definitely should not be making. He dashed. Stunned down as well.
Enemy spotted.
Just zone. He's gonna ult, be careful.
Be careful. Group up.
Have 3k pot, can on the back.
Just wait, yeah. Fuck, I ulted. I ulted, guys. 40 seconds cooldown.
Attack as always.
Kill this fucking arrows, bro.
They step you as well.
I really wanna back.
Defend right lane. Handled as always.
Just pull fire, I think. Pull fire, yeah. Okay, yes, Kara, okay. They're coming. Let's get out.
I'm coming, wait for me.
Help middle lane.
Merlin beats.
Service.
Merlin no beats.
Okay, maybe now we should pull this.
Those minions walked away, brother.
There's no ult. Should be free pick. No pick.
Don't have anything yet.
Bro. I mean, that works.
There's always wants to ult me. I have ult. I missed his ult. Allah.
I mean, if you stay close to Sobek, he have bits, so. Okay,
back real
peace.
fast.
Ward the fire giant.
That's just
By the gods!
I've beats in 15, just wait. Someone's to defend left.
I'll attack left lane. Be careful right.
We should just send Jingwei back into it though, shouldn't we? Didn't get her so fast.
Yeah, we should. But they're gonna engage, so. Just go back a bit. We're gonna engage though.
A full charge too.
On my way.
They might be going on gold here. Never mind.
I have the flank. I have the flank. They surely don't have wards here.
Acting on fire.
I'm behind them. I'm behind them, guys. Well,
Yeah, I don't know what just happened either. Playing support is so ass these late game fights. Yeah, only Hunters is good. It's just specifically on like as a support. As a Sobek at least, like I'm trying to peel more than initiate. I'm looking for a big plug and then I go back, you know.
Your Titan is under attack.
Overall, I do think this was a cool game because rarely do we get games this close. But yeah, it just sucks that we ended up losing it in a kind of a bad way. All I really saw was Aladdin getting initiated on. And once we lose that big Aladdin ultimate, we lose a free pick. Unfortunately, it was just kind of beached, or he used it to escape. I'm not really sure what happened, but yeah, it is one of those. It was a fun game overall, though, but I do wish I wasn't playing support, because my fucking god, I hate playing support. Mostly in the current meta. There's a chance that I might have to support this game. That works out. I'll do one last game here. I gotta make some food. And I feel like I've played enough. Enough Smite for today. It is just crazy how somewhat useless you kind of become as a support in those late game fights, because both teams had like essentially a 4-man backline with like an assassin on top of it, and like, what the fuck do you do as a support in a game like that? Because one wrong move, you get punished, you're just dead. So me and Ares were just doing the same thing, or like he was like going in, ulting, I was beating it, and then right then we just died. We had done our job. It's what do you do? Yeah, you know, Nate. How do you play this role for fun? I shouldn't say that. We all enjoy different things, but that was just wild. Like it's or whatever. It don't matter. It don't. Maybe I'll do a Guan Yu game. I'll end on a Guan Yu game. Surely it's gonna go better this time. So far, all my Guan Yu games have been absolute dog shit. And I'm really not in the mood to play him. But We go anyway. Yeah, like if the full makes sense. Like the full-on supports definitely make sense. Like I do think Ares in this case is better than Sobek as well, because he at least has his 2, making his team a lot more tanky. And I'm also pretty sure he went Shell. So if we're not doing objectives or securing objectives, which it felt like we weren't really doing, which we definitely were supposed to have been doing, with a Jingwei and Anubis and all that stuff, we could just burn the objective. I secure with Sunder, but oftentimes we just didn't commit to that. Well, I think we committed maybe once, and then we kind of got screwed over in the fight after that. But it was just very tough overall and awkward to play support in that game.
Guan Yu.
Yemoja. What am I against? Fenrir? That's annoying if that's the case, but at least he is someone that also can't really interrupt my 3 very easily. He would need to jump. Nem? Okay. Nem is an interesting one for sure. I mean, she can interrupt me, but like she doesn't even really have the lane clear, I guess. Nem, yeah. Alright. Still a pretty good lobby overall again. I got Dutch and that's Sol. Sol has been kind of an MVP god today in my matches. Whoever played him, played her, is just performing really well. Good luck, yeah, you tonight. Let's have a fun one. I'm going Shell just for that Jimojo ult. Otherwise it's gonna be a pain in my ass late game. And yeah, it's Nem, so yeah. I think I will do Helm of Radiance here. Just the best option for me, I think, on this Guan Yu. I don't think I've tried like a traditional tank build on Guan Yu. But I feel like, maybe I did once actually, but it just feels like you don't do a whole lot of damage. He has good scaling. But I do feel like his base damage is kind of not good. Which has kind of always been the case. Except for his 3. Smite 1, his 3 had high base damage.
Gank.
Minions have spawned.
Are we losing over there? Kind of.
Too bad.
Got first blood.
Have fun.
My jungler isn't even here.
Ooh, very good.
What is this?
Awesome.
Fuck it, man. I'm starting in lane then. Yeah, you almost have to build like full mage to do damage on Guan at the moment. Well, not full mage. He does all right damage, but a lot of it comes from the ultimate rather than everything else. Let's not actually do blue, but get the smalls. For some extra XP, just so I can get level 2 faster.
Be careful, middle.
Yeah, because he is just level 2.
There's no running from me.
Ally has been slain.
There's no running from me.
Holy shit, just die already, creeps. My god.
Attack.
Ally has been slain. That's too bad.
That's still reach.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Probably gonna lose blue at this point.
Your right tower is under attack.
My style.
Oh, surprising they did not go for blue.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Nowhere to hide.
The towers is my to a so ass. I actually hate them. Really? We're zoning? Great.
There's no running from me.
Be careful, right. The strikes were well placed. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. I will not let you fall.
Just back before I push my luck a bit too far.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
This sucks that I'm having to sit back in this lane when I realistically I think it's a winning matchup. Just because of the weird start that my jungle did, which was just anywhere else on blue.
Your right tower is under attack. Very good.
What an aggressive game. 4 minutes, just 9 kills overall.
You move like a jaguar.
That's too bad.
Yes.
On my way.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I need the jungle buff.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Does have a pretty significant XP lead on me. Which is to be expected.
On my way. Hey! Ally has been slain.
Okay, okay.
Ally has been slain.
I'll gank middle lane.
Attack right
One
lane.
Your
strike
left
is all
tower
I
is
need.
under attack.
Judgment is my domain. Ha! One strike is all I need. One belt.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know why I keep thinking we're gonna do more damage than that. Nice. Alright, at least I'm gonna be a bit tanky now. It wasn't really an Odin, I could have just gotten out, you know? I didn't have to stay. I was just hoping we could do enough damage before he was able to do anything about it.
Turn to base.
I really wanted to participate in that kill.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
I kinda screw up my ult as well. leaving them a bit too much. In that case, when I could have just kept hitting her. It's bad turning. I'm not horse certified. What is he building? Yeah, makes sense.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. You bring this thunder. Yeah.
Judgment is my domain.
There, I will not let you fall.
Dude, 10 kills on each team in 7 minutes is insane. This is like the aggressive game of all time.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm an ass. I'm an absolute ass. That was the freest kill, but I gave it up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right
It's definitely time for me to just go and make dinner. It's Jover. I'm playing like ass.
Gank.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
One strike is all their judgment for me. My domain.
And I didn't get a kill, so bad rotation.
Be careful.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike is all.
That was stupid. I don't know why I ulted. He already gave up. Yeah, it's definitely a bit sloppy in this one. Just on the overall decision making. Yeah, I do think Guan is somewhat weak. Like, he's a weird one to place, because I think in a team setting, he's borderline broken. The shredding he does with the 3 is insane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies have returned to base.
That's too bad.
But yeah. And the healing and the cooldown he has is also kind of insane. I think he's just a weak laner. That's probably a better way to put it. He's very weak in lane.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Okay. Okay. Enemies in middle lane.
Running from me.
Fucking baited into a fight again. Why am I the focus, man? Why are you focusing the man on the horse? He's useless. Unbelievable. Damn, this Chronos Penta is gonna help so much.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
What have been built here, actually? Wait, I think I looked up a build before. What can I go here? I'm actually just gonna go for an early Nemean. It's gonna be good into that team comp. Might as well just get it now. You were here, then immediately left. Nice, man. That means you won't even hear what I get to say right now, right? That's unfortunate. It was kind of crazy what I was gonna say. You can't hear me? Yeah. Fair enough. I can't hear myself either. The dash does feel bad, I will say. The weird thing about Guan is that it feels like you need to like build random shit to make him work. That is kind of weird. But like he is powerful. You can see the amount of healing that I'm able to do, the amount of shredding that I'm able to do. Yeah, Stampede is also a nice one. Probably might need to think about doing that.
Retreat middle lane.
Like you need a few items to even feel useful. It is weird, for sure.
Ally has been slain. Greetings.
Retreat middle lane. Middle lane.
One strike is all I need. Let me take the scales.
No, man.
Let me tip the scale. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. It's lights out with you.
Enemy has slain an enemy. Shut down, Jay. Your middle tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance is incoming. Let me tip. There's no running from me.
I will not let you fall.
The tide calls. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Vengeful fury!
I will not let you fall. Ooh, very completed. Ooh, an ally has been slain. I will not let you fall.
Stay alert. Not so soft does it reach.
Kind of baited by that.
Nowhere to hide.
Be careful left! Be
Defend
careful
the
middle!
fire giant.
That was just a bad call by Pele to attack for that. Shouldn't have listened.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Damn. Absolutely no way we should have gotten that. Actually, maybe I don't do Nemean. Ah, never mind. Nemean is too good into their team comp. They have 2 auto attackers and a Sol.
Enemy missing right.
Be careful, middle.
Your left tower is under attack.
We've slain an enemy.
Be careful.
Group up! Attack the Gold Fury!
Attack the full fury.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack left lane.
That was just badly taken by me. Probably could have gotten it because he screwed it up.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Attack!
Enemy ultimate. Enemy spotted.
Let me tip the scales.
I should stop listening to Pele in this match.
Yes.
Straight up 3rd time now that I'm dying because of a bad call. No, actually never mind, it's 2nd. Don't want to oversaturate, but it is the 2nd time.
Has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
It
has
just isn't worth it, and I just keep falling further behind. Finally, when I get back in. Dude, what the fuck is this? 18 kills. On the Fenrir. At least there was no fire for him to take this time.
Enemy missing right.
Be careful, middle.
Retreat middle lane.
Balance is a weakness. Let me tip the scales.
Retreat left lane. Gank right lane. Retreat middle lane, please.
Judgment is my domain.
I've slain an enemy. On my way. Defend the fire.
Your left tower is under attack. Retreat!
Judgment is my domain. Not so soft. Settle this. Always my style. Judgment is my domain. My blessings will
What is this dog shit fight? Why are we fighting?
let me settle the scales. My style.
Tanks just fucking fighting for absolutely zero reason.
Your right tower is under attack. I will not let you fall. Follow me.
What was that, man? That might be the dumbest fight I have ever fought in Smite 2.
Your right
What was
tower
that?
is under attack.
And it wasn't worth it at all. Yay, we killed one of their tanks, the Nemesis. Woohoo. Fuck me, man. Alright, let's grab the big pen item here.
Tower is under attack.
He doesn't have Sunder yet.
Destroyed the fire.
Unfortunate.
On my way.
There's no running from me.
Okay. Never mind, I thought we were fighting, but
There's no running from me.
I'm gonna stop playing Guan Yu. This god is so fucking ass. And he isn't fun either, for the same reason. Just no matter what, he just doesn't feel good to play.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He sucks, man. Guan Yu is the god. I guess I can try and like preface why it bothers me as much, because I really want to play Guan. He's the god that made me play Smite in the first place.
Settle this with style. There's no running from me.
So I want to enjoy him. I like the god, but fuck, man. He has been felt very strange to play in the last few years of Smite, just period. Like, my team doesn't even need me.
Gank. Slain an enemy. Get in the chaka. You get it?
The only good part about all this is that at least both solo laners are playing dogshit gods.
Attack the gold fury.
One of them isn't bad, them with aspect just isn't good.
Attack the Titan.
I can just keep healing these creeps. Keep these fuckers alive. Finally, I'm 20.
Excellent.
I can stop farming.
Soul of a warrior.
Follow me. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Be careful left.
Gods of frost. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
There's no running from me. I'll be back.
My health back up in 10.
On my way.
Fire giant.
Attack the fire giant. Group up. Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant.
I tried to cancel it, but whatever.
Yes, help!
Attack fire giant.
Attack
Be
fire
careful
giant!
left.
On my way. On my way.
Attack the fire giant.
I will not let you fall. Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Someone else take this. Oh, I was hoping it was going to be a carry, but whatever.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Attack middle lane. Yes, group up.
I want something. Actually, let's just get Spirit Robe. Fuck it. Probably just the best. Just high protection, split protection item. I feel like I need protection against both. Granted, that does require me getting CC'd, but so far that has been happening, so.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Everyone else.
Enemies incoming. Attack middle lane. Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back. Be right back.
Enemy spotted. Be careful middle. Follow me.
There's no running from me.
Enemy has been
Attack the Titan. Okay.
Fine.
I can't end it with Emoji being up so soon.
Yes. That's
Slightly better. Destroy the left enemy tower.
I will not let you fall.
No problem.
Attack fire giant!
I will not let you fall.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale.
Worth it. That speed.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Yeah, no worries, Okami. I'm not sure I can take any credit for that, but I'm glad you feel calm on my stream.
this jungle.
Or comfort.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale.
Dude, my ult's up soon almost. This cooldown is not okay, man. I just always have things up.
Annoying me!
Like, I think generally Guan Yu is just kind of super shit, but he grows into this absolutely broken teamfight monster into late game. So if you can push that lead that you might have, he's so stupid. It makes no sense how low his cooldowns end up being. And you can just also buff everyone else's. Can't believe I lost. Yeah, no, but legitimately, I don't really say this often, but I'm pretty sure I won because of my cooldowns. I had no downtime. I kept spamming my heal, my 2 and my 3. And my ult was essentially a 10-second cooldown in a late game teamfight because of how much I could heal people. And 2 people. I had no cooldowns. But yeah, I mean, that was crazy. You guys definitely did end up like the fire giant that Merlin stole. I think was probably the turning point, because that definitely should not have happened, and that was before I was like anywhere near strong enough to do anything. Anyway, that will be it for me now. I'll take one good Guan game out of all of them. Guan is really not a god I want to play that much. He just doesn't feel fun to play. And by the time he is fun, he's broken to the point where he's not fair anymore, and that's part of that I don't like as well. I can enjoy Broken Gods, but his feel weird in that it's just a cooldown thing. It just feels like you're cheating, legitimately, with how it works. But anyway, guys, I really appreciate you guys stopping by as always, and I will see you guys next time. Bye!